This time we're ready to begin our Romney show. We need white yearling rams to the ring, please. Judging our Romney show today is Jacob Reister of Ramona, Oklahoma. Jake raises sheep full-time. He and his family have Border Leicester, as well as slick-sheared Dorsets and Katahdins, and they also have a group of commercial ewes. This is Jake's fourth time to be here judging at the Big E. Let's welcome Jacob Reister to the Big E this afternoon.
We've got just one white yearling ram here to talk about, but folks, I think you need to appreciate just how good a one you're looking at. He's super good in his balance and his underline for when we're talking about Romney sheep. He's still more than athletic enough. Really good down over his top. Big hipped kind of a sheep. One of the bigger hipped sheep we've seen this week. Really good fleece from end to end in terms of its handle and consistency of lock formation. He's shown really short, but I think still more than ample enough to see what we're supposed to be looking at. That's a pretty good one, guys.
Next class is senior ram lambs. The Romney is a long wool breed of sheep that developed in a marshy area of England. It is the predominant breed in New Zealand. Romneys were first imported into the United States in 1904. While a good dual-purpose breed, Romneys are raised primarily for wool in the United States. Their fleeces are heavy, long, and lustrous. Their wool has the finest diameter of any of the long wool breeds. Romneys can be either white or natural colored. Placing on that class of yearling rams, first place goes to entry 2057, Winding Wicks 2428, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 287.
your senior Ram Lamb class, a ram that rides the right direction. You just need to see him run uphill like that. Maybe just a tick deeper through his chest forward than maybe ideal, but really good in terms of his fleece from end to end. There's a lot to handle there. He's fairly coarse, coarse enough for the bee in the breed, and plenty of foot size. Unique in terms of when we start talking about Romney sheep is his base width and his hip shape. I think he's very unique in that aspect of him for the breed. Good square head and black nose on him. Nice individual.
Next class is for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry at 2059, Winding Wicks 2452, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighed 210. We're now ready to select our Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion ram.
Two real nice individuals to talk about, but we won't take all evening. I really like that yearling ram. He's going to be your champion, senior champion ram, and we're going to come back and use the fall, taking nothing away from him. He's certainly a good sheep in his own right. That's just a big, stout yearling ram.
Our Senior Champion ram goes to entry number 2057 out of the Yearling Ram class, Winding Wicks 2428, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The Reserve Senior Champion to 2059, first in the Senior Ram Lamb class, Winding Wicks 2452, also Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready for intermediate Ram Lambs.
you can go a lot of places and not find a class of 2 with this much quality. We're going to start with the individual that's just a little further along in his development. He's a little boulder sprung about his rib. Real good square head on him. Absolutely gorgeous fleece. There's a ton of luster to this fleece, but the lock formation, the consistency of handle, you can stand back here on the side and see it still in terms of how much lock formation runs up and down the sides on that sheep, and the consistency as it goes all the way back into his britch. Another really good fleece buck here in 2. He's a little bit behind in terms of just days per age. It's just feed bucket time is all we're talking about here. This buck is really good down his top. What you see is what you get. He is just like blue ribbon straight down over his top and square hipped. He's very correct, free moving kind of a sheep with plenty of bone on him. Another nice fleece. He's maybe not quite as bold in his lock character and formation in the tip, as not quite as pronounced as the ram that wins the class. That could be a per day of age thing, but another really good headed fleece, good fleece sheep with a nice head to go into the 2 hole. 2 rams that really need about another 30 to beat because they're good ones.
Next class is Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the class of intermediate Ram Lambs, first place to entry 2062, Morton 0303, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. That ram weighed 200 pounds. Second and first in the junior show to entry 2060, Oberholzer 2507, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. That ram weighed 121. Again, now ready for Junior Ram Lambs. Assisting us with ribbons and awards today is Zoe Amons of Vermont. Zoe is the National Junior Runner-Up in the Miss Agriculture USA contest.
So this class is a little bit more fruit salad than maybe we've been watching in the last couple of classes. We got apples, oranges, bananas. We got a little bit of everything here to talk about. I think the combination sheep, I think he's got a little color in his legs. I'm not loving that. But in terms of the extra, I think in terms of the style and balance and design to his rib shape and his underline, I think this is a ram we can probably talk about pretty quickly. He's maybe not as clean fleeced. He's seen a little bit more weather than some of the others, but a ram that certainly comes out over his hooks and pins very nicely. He's got some shape and design, and he powers around the ring with some athleticism still. I think he feels into that nice place in the first hole, maybe like change his head shape and squish it together just a tad bit. But I think he's wide enough muzzled for me. We go ahead and use him. Ram here in 2. I love the fleece on this sheep a lot. I'd like to change him in terms of his front third quite a bit. I'd like to pull apart his chest and his breastbone there. Gets a little low for me. Doesn't open up quite as nicely. He's a little bit rounder in his shoulder. I don't see him being quite as massive a sheep at maturity. But I do love his skull shape and his natural thickness over his muzzle. Bold lock on this sheep. Really good down over his top. But he's just simply not pulled apart enough for me to get him into that top hole. Ram here in 3 is a really interesting constructed sheep in terms of his length of handle from his 13th rib on back. You handle him, he's very consistent in terms of that fleece diameter, I think, in terms of when you feel it. But his lock formation does change a little bit, maybe a little more for me than what I'd like to see in that fleece. Not quite as bright as the fleece in the front of him, but a ram that's certainly got some good things about him. If you're searching for some extra length or something to add into a program, he certainly adds those. But again, a sheep we'd like to tear him open at his base. We'd like to break open his breastbone, make him a little bit wider down below and balancing him up a little bit on the side view, but he still moves pretty good for a really long-sided one. Ram that's having a little bit more trouble in terms of his propulsion around the ring here in the 4-hole. A ram that gets a little stiffer in his movement, doesn't quite fill his track and his stride. A ram that we do love his fleece, though, and we love his head shape to him. Like to knock the antlers out of him maybe just a little bit more, but he really like that lock formation, how much heavy, bold lock and crimp are there. Big-footed sheep. He fits nicely in 4. Sheep I absolutely love from a physical design standpoint here in 5. And if we can put the fleece that's on the ram here in 4, then the lamb in 5 wins the class. But unfortunately, we're not there today. A ram that I think is just not quite as far along in his maturity to this point. We'd like to change that fleece down low a little bit to consistent him up. But in terms of the pure just structure up underneath him, he's got that foot size and design that we're looking for. He's got the ability to athletically fill his track. And if you got some really nice coarse fleece use, don't hesitate to use the ram. He's a pretty good one.
Our next class will be pair ram lambs. Placing on our class of junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry number 2063, Winding Wicks 2519, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighed 162. Second to 2065, Morton 0308. Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. That ram weighed 151. Third place, first in the junior show, to 2066, Higgins 25214. Braden Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. That ram weighed 138. Fourth place to 2067, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Fifth place, second in the junior show, to 2064, Morton 0309, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs class, first place to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. And third to Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Now ready to select our junior champion and reserve junior champion Ram.
So we haven't had a lot of Romneys, but I think the conversation needs to surround the quality conversation here. And been no disappointment through all the classes, all the way top to bottom on the Ram side. I can't wait to see the ewes. So if you're gathered around the ring and wonder what you're looking at some pretty high quality ones here, gang. We're going to go ahead and use the early Ram Lamb for your junior champion. We're going to come back and use the late Ram for your reserve.
Our open show junior champion Ram goes to 2062 out of the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Morton 0303, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. The reserve junior champion to 2063 out of the junior Ram Lamb class, Winding Wicks 2519, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready to select our grand champion and reserve grand champion Ram. Winding Wicks Farm of Chichester, New Hampshire offers an award for the Grand Champion White Ram. Also, our Junior Show Grand Champion White Ram will receive an award from the Crisp family, Old Beach Farm of New York.
We've had a really exciting group here to get in and look through here. We're going to use your yearling ram. I think there's a lot of sheep there. Just a big, athletic, heavy-bladed sheep that works into a lot of meat, muscle, mass, and wool, and I think he's a nice combination sheep for us there. He fits in nicely. We're going to come back and use that junior buck lamb. That's a pretty fancy sheep, gang. Look in here for further and can't wait to see what he'd do next year.
Open Show Grand Champion Ram goes to our first place yearling ram, our senior champion, 2057, Winding Wicks, 2428, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Reserve Grand Champion Ram goes to 2062, our junior champion ram, 2062 out of the intermediate ram lamb class, Morton, 0303, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Now ready to show for Junior Show Champion and Reserve Champion Ram.
Your juniors exhibitors, they brought us some super high quality ones that can really wade into some state fairs around the country. So this is pretty exciting to see. We're going to start with your early buck lamb. I think this is a lot of good sheep. He got beat by a really good one too, and there wasn't a lot in class, but that's a pretty good one, gang. We're going to come back and use the other late buck lamb here to be reserve.
Junior Show Champion Ram goes to entry number 2060. Oberholzer 2507, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. The Reserve Champion Ram for the Junior Show goes to 2066 from the Junior Ram Lamb class, Higgins 25214, Braden Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Now ready for Yearling Ewes. Yearling Ewes will be your next class. So, here's the first Romney trivia question. In 1995, 30 years ago, the Big E hosted the National Romney Show, and it was divided between white and natural colored. Now, at that show, who was the exhibitor in the white division that won all three Ram classes plus the pair of Ram Lambs and Champion Ram? And it was not a New Englander. A lot of good answers, but none of them right. Larry and Gayla Bullock from Enumclaw, Washington.
So this class is why, as somebody who gets to sort sheep from time to time and asks their opinion about it, this is why you come sort sheep shows. This is pretty exciting stuff. We got good ones all the way to the end. I think the green chips might get really exciting if everybody goes, because this could change if you give them 60 days. You know, what does this look like? We're going to start with the volume sheep. For me, she's just got more forerib, more chest floor, a little bit more forearm and mass to her. She's enormous hipped when we start talking about Romney sheep. I'm more than adequate about her head. I like her hair coat. I like her ear. She's got some thickness to her skull. She's big, big hipped, like I said. Handle's really nice and soft in terms of that fleece, but consistent about her lock formation from end to end. Super stylish ewe here in two, man. You stand back and you get the pizzazz look to it. Highly fitted kind of a sheep. Love her neck and shoulder junction on this sheep. She's got the fuzz on her ears. I'd maybe like to clean a little of that out of the channel for me. I'd like her a little bit more open about her channel, but man, she's got that wool all over the place, all the way down her, like a Romney ought to have. She's boulder locked. And some people are going to scream about that. For me, it's more within breed standard. I'm thinking we're fine there. She gives up just a tick in terms of width of hip, but man, she's super long hipped. Maybe not quite as free in her stride, but maybe they exercise her a little bit before Louisville. I think might flip this around. This is close at the top. Those are really, really, really special use. Another really good one in here in 3. This ewe puts herself together on the move really nicely. She gets a tick longer jawed, a tick more refined about her hair coat. Her ears get a little different in terms of shape than compared to some of the others I'm looking at in the Romney deal. But in terms of her handle from 13th rib on back, this one's really good, gang. I like her fleeces. She gets down all the way back into her britch. I like that one quite a bit. This sheep in 4 is deceptively long in every part of it. She's so balanced in her total makeup. Her foot size is really good. Maybe not torn apart in her structure quite as much as the ewes in front of her, but she's really good headed, really good fleeced. I like the way the sheep comes out of her blade, behind her blade into her fore rack, how much explosion of width there is there. She portions really good. Maybe from the side, if we get antsy about it, she gets a little bit more color on those feet, gets a little bit shorter sighted in comparison to the first 3. We're in some really deep water swimming with some really big fish. This ewe here in 5, this ewe runs out of horsepower in terms of total mass and capacity. Super good fleece, really good head, really correct sheep, really nice ewe. I mean, she's neck and shoulder junctions built right. She's good in her hip. She's got that real soft open fleece, lots of pop, lots of luster, lots of definition all the way to the crimp, to the end of the crimp on her fleece as we work across that ewe. That one's really good. That one's just behind in terms of days per age. I really like these top 5 ewes. There's 3 ewes down here that are going to win a lot of state fairs. There's 5 and 6. Those ewes are really big bodied. Those ewes have some fleece to them. They have bone width to them. They move well. The ewe that's on the end, she's just that much younger today. Not quite as far along in her development yet today, but that's a really good class of Romney yearling ewes.
Next class is pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the yearling ewe class for our White Romney show, first place goes to entry 2073, Morton 0285, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. That ewe weighed 238. Second place to 2071, Winding Wicks 2403, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 238. Third place to entry number 2076, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Fourth place to 2077, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Fifth place, first in the junior show, to 2072, Winding Wicks, 2416, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 2075, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second in the junior show to 2078, Morton 0293, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And eighth place to entry 2079, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 2082, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Second to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. And third to Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. In our open show, our senior champion ewe is that first place yearling ewe, 2073, Morton 0285, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Reserve senior champion to our second place yearling ewe, 2071, Winding Wicks 2403, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. We're now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. So here's your next trivia question. In 2005, 20 years ago, in that year, the American Romney Breeders Association returned to the Big E to host their national show, and sales. They had white and natural colored. So, who was the exhibitor who won Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder honors in both the White Romney Show and the Natural Colored Romney Show? Charlene got that right away. It was Julian and Moore Sheep Company from Ohio.
some differences in type and kind and give and take. I'm going to use with a really fresh handling kind of a sheep. She's not carved out quite the same way as some of the others are, but she's really good fleeced. She's really sound. She's really good top. She's big hipped. I think she's going to continue to grow. I love this used nose and her muzzle and how she's got those thick ears in her. She's got some extension to her. I think this sheep's going to continue to go on and grow, kind of be an exciting sheep next year. You're hearing too, if you're just picking them on balance and pretty, man, you could sell that all day long and twice on Sunday. This one's super pretty, really balanced in her makeup. I love the way this ewe handles just exactly the way she looks down her top. As you come out of those blades and you get your hands in there, this one's good all the way back into the top of her hip. She's shorter spine, shorter strided. One thing that bothers me a little bit is that fleece block variation a little bit as you get into her lower side. I think she's adequate, we'll call her, in terms of her fleece design there. But another really gorgeous one to look at from the side view. I'd like to clean maybe a little bit of that out of her channel. Another ewe that's gone really well to this point is this ewe here in 3. A little more color about the feet and legs. Man, she's massive. She's really big-bodied kind of a sheep, not quite as free in her stride. She's big boned, stove-piped up in terms of her neck, yet still supple in her underline. Another good fleeced one there. Maybe in terms of percentage of handle, not quite as neat as the other two. I don't see her continuing to go on with the style and eye appeal. Maybe she turns into a big rugged yearling ewe. I don't know. We're going to find out. That's another good one. Here in 4 is a really balanced, pretty sheep. And if you like them with a gorgeous fleece on them, this one's the one to talk about too. I'd like to change her head shape just a tad bit and her nose color for me. I really get to thinking Romneys are black and not pink. She's more pink than black. It's, I guess, some of that's personal preference. You here that rounds this out, another stylish, eye-appealing ewe. We'd like to make her a little bit longer spine, a little bit bigger hip to compete with some of the ewes in front of her. But, man, she's got some eye appeal from the side view to look at. Good set.
Next class will be junior ewe lambs. Junior ewe lambs will be your next class. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class, first in a junior show to 2083, Morton 0305, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, that ewe weighing 136. Second place in the open to 2086, Winding Wicks 2517, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 133. Third place to entry 2087, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 172. Fourth place to entry 2084, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. And fifth to 2085, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Again, now ready for junior ewe lambs. So here's the final trivia question for the White Romney show. Who in 2010, 15 years ago, who was the New Hampshire exhibitor that won the White Yearling Ewe, pair of Yearling Ewes, senior ewe lamb, and pair of ewe lamb classes, and also won the exhibitor's flock? We had two people vying for that, and it was Hillary Chapin of Milton, New Hampshire.
So there's some age differences and days on feed conversation differences here. But I think in terms of total mass and structure conversation with a great fleece and a nice head, I think we're going to start with this ewe on the far right. Highly presented kind of a sheep with a lot of good quality fleece working across her. She's maybe not quite as defined about her lock shape as maybe some of them, but still fair bit of character. She moves to the tip. I think kind of an interesting one to look at. She excels in terms of hip length and athleticism over the ewe in two. Ewe in two is just a tick shorter hip kind of a sheep. Beautiful fleece on this one as well. Big thick skull on her, really elevated in terms of her chest floor, and she's really nice in terms of that neck and shoulder junction. A really long top sheep. Two real neat ones there at the top. We get into three here that are not as old as the first two, and there's a conversation about days on feed. The fleece in three is what gets her into three. She's not quite as free of moving as four, but I like this used fleece a lot in terms of as you get back, there's some texture there. You work the crimp works out to the tip. It's very consistent as it gets back in through that britch. For a young lamb like that, that's pretty exciting. Lamb here that's got a lot of future here in the four hole. This is a baby, and she's a diaper dandy. Just really smooth, clean, extended kind of a sheep. She's good all the way across. Nice fleece on this, super solid sheep. Just not enough of her today to keep moving farther up. You that rounds this out here, this one's really good in her top line. You like her foot placement. She moves around the ring really well. I need to make her a little bit coarser about her fleece if I'm really getting kind of nitpicky. I'd like to change her a little bit about her head and make her blacker there, but in terms of the quality of the sheep and just the absolute structure in her build, I think are really good. I think five really nice ones to talk about.
Our next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the class of junior ewe lambs, first place to entry number 2089, Morton 0307, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 141. Second, first in the junior show to 2090, Winding Wicks 2532, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, that ewe weighing 115. Third, to entry 2092, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 108. Fourth, second in the junior show to 2088, Little Hooves 595, Lindy Gargis, Parkton, Maryland. And fifth, third in the junior show to 2093, Elizabeth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs class, first place to Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second place, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. And third, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. We're now ready to show for junior champion junior champion, reserve junior champion ewe. Following that, we will select our grand and reserve grand champion ewe.
Really good set of juniors to talk about here in intermediate and junior lambs. We're going to go ahead and use those two intermediate lambs. I like those sheep pretty good. I think they're pretty athletic, really good fleece, good headed sheep. I think they fit nicely in champion and reserve.
Our open show white junior champion ewe goes to 2083, first in the intermediate ewe lamb class, Morton 0305, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Our reserve junior champion to 2086, second in that intermediate ewe lamb class, Winding Wicks 2517, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Our sponsor in this class for awards for the grand champion white ewe is Emma Rogers of Danielson, Connecticut. Also, Robin Pantnode, Misty Mountain Farm of Townsend, Vermont, sponsors the Junior Show Grand Champion White Ewe Award.
So I've had the pleasure of doing a couple of state fairs this year where Romneys have been a very prevalent breed. You can go a lot of miles, as I just implied, and not find the quality of females that these four are. Those are pretty fantastic yearling ewes. It takes some pretty deep water to get in and fight them. I'd quit handling them because they're really the good type. They win champion reserve.
Our grand champion ewe goes to 2073 out of the yearling ewe class. Morton 0285, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. The reserve grand champion to second in that yearling class. 2071, Winding Wicks 2403, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. We now need to show for junior show champion and junior show reserve champion ewe. Again, at this time, we're ready to show for junior show champion and junior show reserve champion ewe. We need Caitlin Oberholzer with her 2 yearling ewes. We also need Caitlin Oberholzer with her intermediate ewe lamb 2083.
We're going to use that intermediate ewe lamb. We said we liked her pretty good in the junior class and in the intermediate class there, and junior champion ewe, and she's going to be your champion junior show. We're going to come back and use your junior ewe lamb for the reserve junior champion ewe.
Our junior show champion ewe is 2083. 2083 coming out of the intermediate ewe lamb class. Morton 0305, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Our reserve junior show champion ewe is 2090 from our junior ewe lamb class. Winding Wicks 2532, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Now ready for exhibitors flock. Placing on the exhibitors flock class, first place goes to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. And third place, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Now ready for breeders' flock. And the placing on the breeders' flock, first to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Next class is Get of Sire. Get of Sire is your next class. Placing on the Get of Sire class, first place to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. Now ready to pick Best White Fleece. Best White Romney Fleeced. do one more White Romney trivia question. 10 years ago, 2015, who had the Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor honors, as well as winning 8 other classes? Sarah got, or they got that out there. Emma got it. It was Ethan Kennedy. Our best white fleeced animal goes to entry number 2062 out of the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Morton 0303, Emma Rogers, Danielson, Connecticut. That does conclude our White Romney show with one exception, and that's the awarding of the Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder Award. And those both go to the Premier Exhibitor Award goes to Emma Rogers of Danielson, Connecticut. Premier Breeder Award to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, if they'll come out and get their awards. We will get started in about 10 minutes with our natural colored Romney show. We do start out with intermediate Ram Lambs. We have no yearling or senior Ram Lambs, so we'll start out with intermediate Ram Lambs in the natural colored Romney show in about 10 minutes. While we're waiting on the start of the natural colored Romney show, I do want to encourage folks, if they're interested in the wool and the fleeces, there are fleeces right behind the announcer's stand, behind the curtain, out there on display from our wool show. There was over 100 entries in the wool show, and those are back there. Some of those fleeces are even for sale for some of you that are interested in purchasing wool. This time, we're ready to begin our natural colored Romney show. We need natural colored intermediate ram lambs to the ring, please. So here's our first Romney natural colored trivia question. If you remember, I asked a question from 1995, 30 years ago, stated that the Big E was the host of the National Romney Show back then, and I asked about the exhibitor from Washington who had all those class wins, and it was the Bullocks family. Now I want to know in the natural colored, what other Washington exhibitor won 9 classes on their way to winning Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder honors, plus having the Champion and Reserve Champion Ram and Champion ewe? And the answer to that question was Al and Lynn Schweider of Maple Valley, Washington.
We got a pretty neat one there to start with, gang. Super athletic around the ring, and you really see it as you get him out and move him in his step and his travel and how he gets soft in his top and just lets it flex for him. He gets really good in his hip, but super good fleece on this one, and 13th rib on back. He's pretty spectacular. That's a pretty cool one, gang, to get us started. Real close behind him, nipping at his knees, and a little bit younger kind of a ram here in the 2-hole. He's not quite as massed up in his chest floor yet, not quite as round in his rib, but a really beautiful fleece on this ram. Super big hip in him, not quite as handled from his 13th rib on back into his hip, but a really good one in terms of his front end design and his edge that he catches from the side, the shadow he casts, and I like that fleece on that one quite a bit. A ram that's a little bit rounder about his shoulder here in the 2-hole and the 3-hole. Not quite. He gets a little deeper there. Another good one in terms of down his top and a really nice hip and a really long handling sheep. Soft handling fleece from forward to rear on this one. Ram that rounds us out, just not quite as far along in terms of his development as some of the other ones. But man, you look up under that chest floor, he's going to be a monster when it's all said and done. A ram that's got some staple length to him, still runs that fiber, the tip all the way out to the tip in terms of his character. There's some good things about this sheep as we get him on feed a little bit longer to play with the big dogs.
Our next class is Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 2104, Winding Wicks 2507, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighed 167. Second, first in the junior show to 2107, Higgins 25205, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. That ram weighing 150. Third place to 2105, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 149. And fourth place to 2106, Courtney Lyman, Draycott, Massachusetts.
We're going to leave him as they stand here. We're going to start with the really dark silhouetted sheep. Yeah, I like his fleece quite a bit. He has the advantage slightly in handle in terms of that 13th rib back. A really nice moving ram, and a ram that's got some elevation through his front 1/3 of his body as well. The staple really runs, the crimp runs out the very end of the staple there. A little different in terms of from the ram and second in terms of the lock formation. It's a little bolder, it's a little bigger. He still doesn't quite crease the same way down the side as the ram here in 2. Ram in 2 is fancy fleece sheep in terms of consistency from end to end in terms of the way that lock shape looks. There's a lot of shine to this fleece, and it really does a nice job of running that crimp all the way to the tip. Kind of an interesting one to get your hands on. Maybe a ram that we'd like to widen him out and lengthen out his hips so the stride's just a tad bit longer, but a really good one in his own right. 2 good ones.
Next class is pair of ram lambs. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, first in open first and junior show to 2110, Chatterbrook 250. Kenneth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. That ram weighed 157. Second place to 2111, Lyman 2516, Courtney Lyman, Dracut, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 114. Placing on the pair of ram lambs, first to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place, Courtney Lehman, Dracut, Massachusetts. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram, which will also be our Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Ram, since we had no yearling rams nor fall ram lambs.
Good set here, and I realize we only have junior rams to talk about, but good sets on in both the classes that we've had. We're going to use the early ram for your champion, and we'll come back and use the late ram for your reserve.
Our junior champion ram and overall grand champion ram is 2104 out of the intermediate ram lamb class, Winding Wicks 2507, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Our reserve junior champion and reserve grand champion ram to 2110, which came from the junior ram lamb class, Chatterbrook 2501, Kenneth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. At this point, we'd like to bring out 2110 and also bring out 2107 of Cadence Higgins for your awards for the junior show portion. Our awards for the grand champion natural colored ram was presented by Lyman Farm of Massachusetts. And our junior show grand champion ram comes from Kinsey Rose Needle Felting, Hard Rocks Farm, Bloomingdale, Michigan. Our next class will be Yearling Ewes. Yearling Ewes will be your next class. So here's another natural colored Romney trivia question. However, I normally don't like to use the answer more than once in a show, but it's kind of a necessity here. So in 2010, 15 years ago, who was the exhibitor who won every class plus champion ram, champion and reserve champion ewe, but they did not win the yearling ram or the best fleece class? And that's in the natural colored Romney. That one was a fairly simple one. It was Julian and Moore Sheep Company from Ohio.
So some give and take and some differences. I apologize about a little extra time there in your top four. There's some things to talk about in the conversation here as we converse about how they work. The ewe, I think that's probably the combination sheep for me. She doesn't really excel in any one thing, but does a really good job of being very balanced. She's maybe a little bit shorter back than the next three ewes, but in terms of percentage of handle, I think she's more than adequate. Really beautiful fleeced ewe. She's good on those feet and legs. What's interesting for me is you get around the fronts of these sheep and you look at that breastbone. There's just that much more width there. She's got a little more forearm trueness there up underneath her and the true muscle mass that she comes down her top and into her hip with. She's in a little bit lighter condition than ewes in 3 and 4. Ewe in 2 has some pieces. She every once in a while wants to get all upset, and it took me a minute to kind of watch her, and she's fussing right now, so it's harder to get her to just stand there and look good. And she gets there at the end, and she really flattens out, looks really nice. She's shown in a little bit more wool. There's not quite as much sheep there as you look at her in comparison to my ewe, the Windsor class. She's fitted differently through the front 1/3 a little bit. She handle up over the top. She's a tick shorter hip than the ewe, the Windsor class, but a beautiful fleece on this ewe, and I think she's got a little better lock formation than ewe in 3. Ewe in 3 is as long as a well rope, and if you want to like the sheep that are super long bodied, she fits in that really nicely. An easy profiling sheep for me. I'd like to see a little bit more flex. She gets a little bit straighter out of that hock for me from time to time. Doesn't balance up quite as nicely from that chest floor into her lower flank, but she's still a really deep-bodied, deep-bladed kind of a sheep that's got a lot of practicality to her. As far as her fleece goes, it's got plenty of shine. She's got some sheen to it. I don't know that it's got as much defined character as the ewes in 1 and 2, but she's certainly going to be a heavy shearing, long staple kind of a sheep, as is the ewe here in 4. She probably has a disadvantage of being that much heavier in her condition than the ewes in front of her. Really interesting in the way that this sheep is built. I first initially thought it was just her fitting in terms of the way that they had stacked wool, but you get her wool over the top of the shoulder and there's no wool there. So then you go down and you look up underneath. She's really that deep in terms of the design of her blade. She's a little bit heavier about her condition in the center portion of her body in comparison to the first 3 ewes. Doesn't propel quite as neatly about the ring. Gets a little softer off those pasterns, but if you want to talk about raw pounds and power, this ewe's got a lot of it, and I think there's a lot of good things about her from a mass standpoint that have to be talked about in her rib shape and depth of body and muscle mass that she has. The ewe that rounds this out super pretty in 5, and really striking from the profile from the side, a beautiful fleeced ewe. I got to make more of her. She gets to be the narrowest in her total channel and in the narrowest about her base when she propels about the ring, but really a neat profiling sheep, a little bit shorter back than the first 4, but good set.
Next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 2122, Winding Wicks 2447, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 180. Second place to entry number 2119, Lyman 2403, Courtney Lyman, Drake it, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 146. Third to 2115, Alex Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. That ewe weighing 194. Fourth place to 2117, Davy Peterson, Bridgeville, Delaware. Fifth place to entry 2120, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Sixth place to 2121, Courtney Lyman, Dracut, Massachusetts. And first in the junior show to 2116, Elizabeth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. That class winner, 2122, Winding Wicks, 2447, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, is our senior champion ewe. And our second place animal, 2119, Lyman, 2403, Courtney Lyman, Dracut, Massachusetts, is our reserve senior champion. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second to Courtney Lyman, Dracut, Massachusetts. Now showing intermediate ewe lambs.
Some differences to talk about here. A big strap and kind of a female that's got some future in her, I think, here in the first hole. I like this sheep quite a bit. I like her top line. I like her rib shape. I like her chest floor. I like how supple she is in her bottom half of her body, and yet she's still pretty rocket necked up there and square in her hip structure. I think she makes a nice place for us to start. Give and take here in 2 and 3. We're going to go with youthful appearance and that she just not quite as much wool as what the ewe and that starts us out as. I like her length at top. I think is probably the overall thing. This ewe in 3 gets a little bit shorter back for me. She gets a little bit shorter in terms of her handle all the way through. She's beautifully presented, so she gets that stylish front 1/3 of her body put together, but she just gets a little bit short in terms of her overall handle from that 13th rib on back. In addition, I like this ewe's fleece here in 2. She's a little bit coarser for what I'm looking for. She has a little bit more lock shape and design there. Really an interesting set to get in and handle.
Next class is junior ewe lambs. Placing on the class of intermediate ewe lambs for the natural colored Romney show. First place to entry number 2128, RH33, Alexis Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. That ewe weighing 139. Second place to 2129, RH32, Alexis Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. That ewe weighing 118. And third place to entry number 2127, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 140. So, here's the final trivia question. From 2015, 10 years ago, in the natural colored Romney show, who exhibited the champion ram and best headed natural colored Romney? We will give you a hint. It was a New England exhibitor. And the answer to that question from 2015, 10 years ago, was Smiling Sheep Farm of Milton, New Hampshire.
Super good set to get in and handle and get through. Apologize about a little extra time as we sort back through things that you see earlier in your mind, then you go back through them again. I think, is probably the complete balance sheep here to win the class. And she's a really good fleeced one. She travels very well. She's long enough spine, long enough hip, long enough loin, got enough elevation in the front 1/3 of her body. She's not as mature as a couple farther down the road. I know she looks like she's on the end there, but a ewe that's maybe not quite as far along in her development as maybe some of them in front of her. I think a pretty neat one. When you crack that fleece and you handle her down over that top, she's going to continue to grow on and grow. Super fancy, eye-appealing, stylish ewe here in the 2-hole. Not as long back as the ewes on either side of her, and probably the shortest top ewe of your 5. But here's a ewe that's got some bone up underneath her. She travels fairly well. She's got some width about her chest floor. She looks very nice in terms of her presentation and her handle from the probably 13th rib into her hooks. She's a little bit shorter than the ewe in 2 or in 1, but she excels the rest of the class in terms of her hip shape and dimension there from the hooks back into her pins. The ewe here in the 3-hole is another good solid kind of a female. One of the things I really like about her is the way that she's got some turn to her lower rib. She's got adequate bone about her. She's adequate about her fleece. Good top. You like her from her hooks back into her pins. She's a ewe that's maybe not quite as flashy up through the front 1/3 as the first 2 ewes, but I think she gets the meat and potatoes to the plate pretty quick. Ewe here that's super flashy, and when you go through an initial handle, this is a ewe that popped out at me in number 4. I wish she would track just a tad bit better. Super luster. This is a high luster kind of a fleece to handle. Maybe it just doesn't quite lock up as nicely as the first 3, but a really good one. I think it'll be interesting to watch her farther down the road. Another really big hipped ewe. The ewe that rounds us out here on the side view on the top 5, one of the longest spined in my top 5, certainly. A ewe that doesn't quite elevate her chest for quite as nicely for us, and it wants to fight the young man every time around her neck and shoulder junction. But man, you get in and handle that fleece from end to end. It's high luster, it's got shine, it's got lock, and you handle that crimp and it comes all the way out to the tip as it gets all the way back through the britch. We got the other ewes as we work farther down the line. They're a really good ones still. Good class.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs, your next class. Placing on the junior ewe lamb class, first in the junior show, to entry 2131, Higgins, 25209, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 100 pounds. Second place to 2132, Winding Wicks, 2529, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 111. Third place to entry number 2134, Courtney Lyman, Dracut, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 96 pounds. Fourth place to entry number 2136, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Fifth place, second in the junior show, to 2138, Little Hooves 0582, Wade Garges, Parkton, Maryland. Sixth place, third in the junior show, to 2141, Elizabeth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Seventh, fourth in the junior show, to 2137, Kenneth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Eighth place to entry number 2139, Jill Morton, Chepachet, Rhode Island. 9 to 2135, Alexis Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. 10th place To entry number 2133, Courtney Lyman, Drake, Massachusetts, 11th place. To entry number 2130, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, 12-5 in the junior show. To 2126, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut, and 13th place. To entry 2140, Wynn Anderson, Parkton, Maryland. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Alexis Peterson of Seaford, Delaware. Second place to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Third, Courtney Lyman, Drake, Massachusetts. And 4, Cadence Higgins of Coventry, Connecticut. At this point, we're now ready to show for our Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Natural Colored Romney ewe.
I like that intermediate ewe lamb pretty good. I think she's pretty correct, pretty big bodied and pretty square. She's going to be your junior champion ewe. We're going to come back here and use the late ewe lamb for reserve.
Our Open Show Junior Champion ewe goes to 2128 out of the intermediate ewe lamb class, RH33, Alexis Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. Our Reserve Junior Champion to 2131 from the junior ewe lamb class, Higgins, 25209, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. The award for our Grand Champion Natural Colored ewe is sponsored by Winding Wicks Farm of Chichester, New Hampshire.
Nice show, Romney. So we've had all the way through. Here in your natural colored champion U drive, we're going to go ahead and use that yearling U and come back to the U lamb for reserve. Good set.
Our grand champion U for the natural colored Romney show goes to entry 2122 out of the yearling U class, Winding Wicks 2447, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Our reserve grand champion is our junior champion 2128 from the intermediate U Lamb class, RH 33, Alexis Peterson, Seaford, Delaware. At this time, we need to show for our junior show champion and reserve champion U. So we'll need Elizabeth Briggs with your yearling U 2116. We also need Cadence Higgins's junior U Lamb 2131, and also Wade Gargis's 2138 out of that junior U Lamb class. Our junior show grand champion natural colored U award is sponsored by Chatterbrook Farm of Deerfield, New Hampshire. Again, we need Elizabeth Briggs with your yearling U, Winding Wicks 2422. Our junior show champion, natural colored U, goes to entry 2131 from the junior U Lamb class, Higgins 25209, Cadence Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Our reserve champion for the junior show was second to that champion, 2138, Little Hooves 0582, Wade Gargis, Parkton, Maryland. Now ready for Exhibitor's Flock. Don't leave yet. I'm sorry, yes. I was looking at the next class too. You're fine. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place goes to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to Courtney Lyman, Dracut, Massachusetts. Now showing breeders flock. Placing on the breeders flock, first place to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready for get of sire. Our next class will be Best Natural Colored Fleeced Animal. Placing on the Natural Colored Get of Sire class, first place to Courtney Lyman of Dracut, Massachusetts. And our best fleeced animal in the natural colored Romney show is entry 2137 out of the junior ewe lamb class, Chatterbrook 2502, Kenneth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. And our Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder Award goes to the same person, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That does conclude our Romney show and the breed shows for the day here in the ring. We'll be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with the All Other Breeds Wool, followed by 1 o'clock with the Cordale Show.